Hello everybody, I am back. So, today we are playing more Elden Ring. We are going to be doing a run focused on storm damage, which actually has a lot of options in comparison to our previous runs. So, in terms of weapons with unique skills that do storm damage, Zamur's curved sword does, the Horned Warrior's greatsword has a skill for storm damage, the Stormhawk axe has a storm damage skill, and the Veteran's prosthesis has a storm damage skill. As you can see, they all contain the word storm. There is also a couple storm damage skills that you can choose here. There is Stormbleed, Stormcaller, and Storm Stomp. We will probably be testing out most of them at some point in the run. But for now, one of the things that we're going to be doing that increases storm damage is the Divine Beast Helm. Once we can switch, we will switch to the Divine Beast Head. I'm going to quickly look up what the difference in damage is. Divine Beast Head. Let's start with the helm. So the Divine Beast Helm increases damage by 4% for all spell stuff and grants 3 strength and 3 dexterity. Reduces the restorative effect of flasks by 9%, reduces focus by 45%. Whereas the Divine Beast Head is 7% damage. Increases strength and dexterity by 4 each. Reduces the effect of flasks by 11%. Yeah. So the Divine Beast Head is just a bit better, and I think that the negative effect it has is just not quite as bad. So we will be switching to that once we can, but right now it would cause us to heavy roll, so I'm going to stick to the Divine Beast Helm. We're going to be starting with the Veteran's Prosthesis because it is the easiest one to be able to wield. Like, we already have the dex for it, so we're just going to need strength. So let's go face off against Margit. Yeah, I think we'll be doing charge attacks whenever we're not doing skills. But we are going to be trying to use skills as much as possible. That is kind of the purpose of this run. Well, that's not a very good skill. That's much better, okay. So we have to make sure to do the follow-up attack. This might count as piercing damage. Yeah. It's kind of panic rolling. Wasn't able to time a roll to that one. But at least now we know how to properly use the skill, so we'll waste less FP. Yeah. Don't have enough health to survive the onslaught of attacks that you take if you try and just do it twice without healing. Unless you have really good timing and really good positioning. So that you don't get hit by many attacks, except in the recovery. Beautiful. There we go, I got that attack off before he was able to. God damn it. That attack's hitbox is so much larger than what it looks like it should be. Like, that did not look like it would have hit me in any way, and it still was a big enough hitbox to kill me. God damn it. if I get hit, whatever. Yeah. That was just a bad start. I had to use like 3 or 4 fucking skills just to get the stance break, which I've been getting in 2, plus some other attack. Fuck off, man. You know what? Just kill me. We're fucking restarting that. 3 fucking storm kicks or 4 fucking storm kicks. Didn't get the stance break in that. And then I fucking miss my attacks afterwards. That's just not worth continuing. That's using too much FP to not even get to the phase transition. God damn it. Why does he have to do that exact same combo after the phase transition every time? Because if he chose a different combo, I'd probably have enough time to recover or get the stance break. But that one, there's nothing I can do. I take too much damage from it. This is a horrible start. Okay, now this should be fine, because I'm not going to be at the risk of dying after just one combo. There we go, that's what I had been trying to do all of the previous times. There we go. Okay. If I do this, I could switch to this weapon, though I would need one extra dexterity. We can at least see... Okay, so it has the standard axe moveset. Swing it around and create a follow-up with an additional input to perform up to 2 spinning attacks. We can give this a shot. Well, fuck you. Well, that's actually been surprisingly effective. I mean, I'm sure it's in part because I can have enough health at this point that for these early game bosses, it's easy to just tank the damage.
I presume. I am an old, so perhaps you.
I guess that's as high as we're taking that one for now. That is as high as we're taking all of those for now. Gotta say, this weapon does look really cool. Building power before unleashing a freezing storm. We don't need any extra cerulean flasks yet. We've still been able to kill enemies with just the one. In fact, I think so far we haven't actually had to drink one, but we have gotten pretty close to running out of FP, so... Can I just get the skill off, please? Well, that certainly wasn't a very effective way to kill it, but it worked. No, I meant to do endurance. Oh yes, that's what I wanted to check. Hey, we can go back to this. Can you not just fucking hop away? think this might be one of the first runs where lightning damage is playing a key role. I've definitely done runs where fire damage have been key. I think I've done runs where magic damage is key. I've definitely done runs where holy damage is key. I'm honestly not sure about magic damage, actually. But lightning is not one that I normally end up using.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Is it the to become? Be not, I would but.
Okay, so the highest amount of dex we need is 18. We need 13 faith if we ever want to be able to wield this. And we will eventually need a significant chunk in. So we have 14 strength, which means when we're two-handing a weapon, we have effective 21 strength. If I switch back to this, we could test out this weapon. Ooh, actually, before this. Let's go talk to the finger readers. What are you called?
Only fine. You have now to become the thing as much. Become.
Finger reader Enya.
Now.
I kept this in my inventory because of a skill, but I don't remember which one it affects. Does it tell me if I look it up? Applies to kick, storm stomp, that's definitely one of them. Poison flower bloom. The poison flower blooms twice. Hoarfrost stomp. Divine Beast Frost Stomp, and the Regal Roar altered heavy attacks of Axe of Godfrey. Does not apply to Storm Kick. So Storm Stomp was the one that I wanted to keep it for, just in case I ended up really liking using that skill. Maybe I should do a run with the Axe of Godfrey. That would be interesting. I might add it to the list. That's something for me to consider later. But for now... do I want to do more damage, or... First, let's look at what all of these are. 22 and 10, 15, 10 and 6, 19 and 12, 10. 10, 6, 10, 22, 10, 15, 19, and 12. So 10 becomes 8, 22 becomes 17, 6 becomes 5, 15 becomes 12, 12 becomes 9, and 19 becomes 15. This was previously 19 and 12. It seems like it's going to have a pretty big radius for damage. This one doesn't do lightning damage, actually. This is the only one that imbues the weapon with lightning. This one just has innate lightning on it. Because it is probable that we are going to end up... Oh, this is going to have the same problem as last time. Beautiful. Yeah, because the save file is now based off of me having gone to the DLC ahead of time. Well, that seems like it shouldn't have hit me if I'm behind them. Oh, I hate this skill. Yeah, I don't remember how to dodge that one. Oh, there we go. If I just stand around for a bit, does it still play the cutscene? Okay, I think last time what we did to get out of this was the returned entrance, and then it let us teleport around again. Yep. So we need one more point in dexterity. This gets us to 24. I forgot to account for the fact that I get 4 from the helmet. But that's fine, because now it means I can wield every single weapon. These ones I can all wield innately. This one I can wield if I two-hand. Let's see what damage is the best at this point. 242 and 98 is 340, 352, less than what I currently have. 320 something. $301. So heavy is currently the best. The one thing that could make me choose blood over heavy is if the skill itself could inflict bleed. Do all curved swords have that double charge thing? This one does. I didn't realize that. You know, I can't say I was a big fan of this, but it might have just been because I was facing Radon, who is kind of a weird boss. How does storm color work again? Spin armament creating surrounding storm winds, repeat inputs to allow. Wait, isn't that exactly the same as thunderstorm, but it just doesn't imbue your attack? Yeah, that's literally the same attack. Okay. It just doesn't imbue your weapon with lightning. That's the difference. So we're gonna put that one away, because if I want to use that skill, I'll just use the Stormhawk Axe. Even if I could do more damage with this weapon, I think it's just better to use the weapon that already does that exact thing. Okay, let's use the gate front to quickly test whether this can inflict bleed. Well, that doesn't help. Let's get rid of you. Okay, so it could kind of inflict bleed, but it might have just been the weapon hitting. I need something that doesn't have a shield but has enough health to survive. You could potentially be good enough. Okay, you did not take bleed damage. Sorry, I have the debug editor open to look at this. So if they're close enough to get hit by the weapon, it inflicts bleed, but not the actual blade itself. The damage isn't bad, I don't think. Then again, for how much FP we've used, That must do quite a bit of stagger damage. Okay, now that skill is good. And it seems pretty cheap. Yeah, the Horned Warrior's Greatsword is kind of shit. Can I already rule that one out as the weapon I'm going to be using going forwards? I think so.
When, I presume.
1 second. Golden Stitcher, get rid of that. Just so I don't accidentally level it up. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, we should do a direct damage test somehow. I mean, I could do the classic, which is to just fight this, do the attack against this dragon. $15.08. That is really good. Plus it can proc Frost. Because not all of them can do lightning damage, I actually am going to include the lightning damage as part of the test numbers. So our first one is 1508 over 12. That is 125 damage per FP. $12.57. $12.57, and this is going to be much higher because it's going to be 17 plus 8 plus 8, which is going to be 1633. So that is only 38 damage per. That is nowhere near the same level. And I believe all of these are dealing just some kind of plain physical. There might be some weirdness, like they might not all be standard, some of them might be slashing or something, I don't know. But I don't think any of them are doing elemental damage. 195. 156. 315. 156 times 2 would be 312. So I'm just going to do 156 over... Oh, okay. Each subsequent one costs only 5 FP, and it seems to do an additional 3 damage. I'm actually going to have to get Desmos out for this one, just so that I can map its efficiency as you continue to use it. So it's going to be 156 plus 159 times X all over what is it over? Eight and 5. 8 plus 5x. Okay. And then I'm gonna use some fancy rules I know for reciprocals. Okay, so this can be rewritten as actually, wait, first things first. What's 156? I'm gonna actually put the X's towards the front. So we need to make this actually 156 over 159, and then we put brackets around that instead. And then if we do the same thing for this, then we get 159 times bracket x plus 156 over 159 bracket divided by 5 bracket x plus 8 over 5 bracket. This gives us our A, B, C, and D values, which means we can rewrite this as 159 bracket. Our B value is 156 over 159. Minus our D value, which is 8 over 5. And that all equals negative 98.4. Which we can then divide by our C value, which is 5. Bracket X plus our D value, 8 over 5. All of which can be added to A, which is 159, over C, which is 8. I did something wrong in there. 159, 6 over 159 minus 8 over 5. X plus Huh. I'm not actually sure what I'm doing wrong. Sorry, I have something open on my phone for rearranging this. Let me just input our values into here. B value should be 156 over 159. C value should be 5, and our D value should be 8 over 5. It works on my phone when I input those values, so where am I messing this up? A. Times bracket B minus D all over C times bracket X plus D plus A over C. Oh. There we go. Figured it out. I was accidentally doing the wrong number for C. Okay. Now what I can actually do is simplify 98.4. Uh, 98.4 over 5 is 19.68. .8 is our vertical asymptote. .6. Multiply both of these by -1. No, actually, we can just put a negative symbol up here. Okay. So, this means as the number of times we use the skill in a row increases, we will gradually approach the asymptote of 31.8, which is our efficiency, specifically in terms of damage per FP. So our maximum damage per FP that we could achieve would be 31.8. And we actually get there pretty close to it pretty quickly. I mean, more than the amount of time. Like, if we did this... well, let's see. if we had 150 FP and we did this, how many times would we be able to do this? That would be 28 times? Oh wow, that's actually a lot. That would get us up to 31.1, so we could theoretically get pretty close to that, but we would never get that many off in a row. The amount we could probably get off in a row is like 4, which is an efficiency score of 28 damage per FP used. So, overall, I have to say, unlikely that this is going to be our efficient skill to use. It doesn't mean we won't use it. We can use skills that aren't perfect efficient. I'm not only gonna use the one that's the best, but it gives me at least an idea for if it's even competitive against a better skill. So this is just 102 over 5. $20.4. It is also worth taking into account the fact that different skills have different times it takes to use them. So even though none of these have been nearly as efficient in terms of damage per FP use, the Zamur Curved Sword's Zamur Ice Storm takes a lot longer to use than Stormblade. Yeah, actually it's pretty similar in time to Horn Calling Storm, so the Horn Calling Storm really has nothing going for it. You can also try and consider other effects that the skill might have, like the ability to knock a character or an enemy up into the air, which the Storm Stomp can't do, but I think it might be able to knock them backwards. Okay, 15 and 9. $19.95. $19.25. Okay. $19.25 divided by 18 plus 15 is 33? Yeah, 33. 58.33. That is much better in terms of efficiency. That is actually kind of comparable. Not actually, it's not nearly as comparable as to, or it is about half as much damage per FP as this, which means it's not really competitive. But in comparison to the Horned Warrior Greatsword, which is about 30 something, which is 4 times less, this is much more comparable to this than this. So I think I'm going to put that away. We have already concluded that that just is not worth. Actually, the one thing I haven't taken into account is the stance damage that can be done. I'll check that in a second. Let's just check this last skill. Okay, let's make sure to get the 314, 832. 314, 832. Oh. Okay, so that's all just under 1 FP usage. So that's 832 over 8. Now that is comparable. That is 104 damage per FP. And for this next test, we don't actually care about damage, so we can actually just keep going on this. Actually, we can't, because we can't tell how much stance damage we're doing to her. I need an enemy that I can test stance damage against. Actually, the next boss we're going to fight is probably one of the better ones for testing stance damage. $35. Actually, no, this is probably a horrible boss for testing. Okay, then. Specifically because of the way staggering and flinching works in this game, that lava is going to be annoying for trying to test this. Oh, also I should equip the Great Rune. So this one did 35. That's 70.5. That's actually really good for stagger damage. $43.449997. That is a very weird amount. So this gets beat out by this in every capacity. $50.5. I guess I should have tried to dodge that. I just assumed that the projectile itself didn't do damage for some reason. So this is our best stagger damage, this is our best damage, and still has really good stagger damage. This is kind of the three we've tested, this is much worse in stagger damage. And it is also worse. No, actually, it's better in terms of damage. So this is middle of the pack for damage. This is middle of the pack for stagger damage. Actually, no, this is the best for stagger damage. This is the best for... this is middle of the... So, middle of the pack for damage. Middle of the pack for stagger damage. Best damage. Best stagger damage. So, like, so far, Zamura Curved Sword is definitely the best one. So that was doing about 11 stagger damage per hit, which means it really isn't great. I think we can conclude that the two weapons that we don't care about are this one, because it just doesn't do enough damage or stagger damage per hit. And I really don't think I'm going to have a reason to use these at all. Like, the fact that it's a projectile is kind of cool and all, but I don't think there are any bosses in which the fact that it's a projectile is useful enough. I mean, maybe if later I decide, oh yeah, that actually would be good, I can get it back out, but I think for now, I'm just gonna leave it as is. So we can build up Frost with this. And then stagger him with this. That's what I'm thinking. How the fuck can he shoot poison straight down? I thought he had to fire that thing off, like, a distance. So I didn't even realize he was doing that move. And I am instantly realizing that that's going to be way too annoying to do for the entire duration of his fight, so I am also going to go get the... Serpent Hunter. Okay. So we're gonna start off with Zamor's Curved Sword. We're gonna go use Zamor Ice Storm. Then we're gonna switch to the Serpent Hunter. Okay, use this as a chance to get our stamina back. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's not good. Well, let's see how he responds to this. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're just gonna run away. Oh, fuck off. I fucking ran into the pile. Okay, it's not worth switching to Zamur Ice, or to the Zamur Curved Sword in between phases, I don't think. I think it's fine at the very start here, but preventing him from getting off the really annoying right cart. Fuck off. Just fuck right off. Is just do fucking any move other than the poison move. Any move other than the poison move and the phase 1 is done. Okay. One, two, three. Damn, I was just a little bit too slow. One, two, three. Moving forwards. One, two, three. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Let's quickly go to Renala.
Art thou? Now.
We no longer need anything in faith. I'm realizing now I should really know what the stats I need to meet are. So we need at least a 14 in Dex. And at least a 15 in Strength. I mean, technically I could wield this with less. Be 12.6, so that would be 13. So I could technically wield it with nothing in strength? Yeah, okay. I could technically reduce my strength back to its default of 10.
Art thou? Now.
So from here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is 438. That is 444. So Dex is better. I think I'm going to make it so I can wield them all one-handed. Just as something of a precaution. Beautiful. Okay. Beautiful. We could put some into FP now. Just so that we would be able to wield or do more skills. Before I do that, actually, let me clean up my talismans so that I don't have so many that I'm not going to be using. We will no longer be using that. At some point, it's possible I could switch off of this and into these if those are affected by this. Let's just quickly test this. Well, it didn't activate from that skill. It didn't activate from that skill. Yikes. I need to test this against something that won't attack back. And then before I fight Moog, I'm actually gonna go AFK. Okay, so for this skill specifically, it is possible. However, for the rest of these skills, it seems the answer is no. I can no longer tell if it gets activated or not. So seeing as the only skill that it works on is also the only skill that we don't use as much, at least right now, perhaps in the future we will, I think we can say we don't care about those. Critical hits. Actually, you know, maybe. Guard counters, no. Final hit chain attacks, no. Charge attacks. Are we doing charge attacks? Oh, really? Slash, standard, slash, and pierce. Maybe that doesn't affect skill damage, and we aren't using damage other than skills primarily, so it won't have a major effect like this might. We don't charge any of our skills, none of them are stance. Yeah. This is nearly our final form for what we'll be using. Okay. I'm gonna go AFK now. I will be right back. Okay. I am back. Well, after a bit of a rocky start, I'd say I think we've found our footing for now. We will see if this can last for the duration of the run. I'm not actually sure which weapon is better to take the critical hit with. So that's 1960. Oh, fuck. Okay, actually that actually really helped. Thank you, Moog. I was on the Cerulean Flask. Instead of the Crimson Flask. So I accidentally just drank both of my Cerulean Flasks. So I wasn't going to have any FP for phase 2. So this one does 1597. Well, I will say, that wasn't the cleanest fight I've had. I kind of biffed it a number of times throughout that. But despite that, I was still doing enough damage and enough stagger damage and enough frost buildup to kill him. So it worked out. Okay, we can now upgrade all of our weapons to max. Because I use Moog as the benchmark for maxing out somber weapons. I'd be genuinely shocked if I could go through 2 whole bars of FP at this point. See, now the gargoyles are completely resistant to frost buildup. So this one is just really going to be a question of which skill I want to try and do more damage or stagger damage with. I need to remember to change the Wondrous Physic. Nah, fuck it. Hey, let's see if we can heal before we die. Okay, we aren't going to try and tank that damage. Okay, and in this run we have to discard these so that they don't fill up my inventory and I can easily swap between weapons if needed. Okay, Wondrous Physic time. I don't know why I decided to try and kill him. That was not something with any purpose. Okay. Estelle, he's in water, so I think the lightning will actually be really effective against him. Nope, ignore me. Nope, stop looking at me. Don't do it. When do I want to drink this? Probably inside. Beautiful.
Okay.
Good fight. I didn't realize this has such an interesting R1. You know, I'm really not sure if I am ever going to be using the Veteran's Prosthesis again. The Storm Kick just isn't good enough. You know, you have to do 2 separate parts to it, so it takes pretty much as long as either of these moves. It does less damage than Zamor Ice Storm normally, and it does less stance damage than Stormhawk Axe, and both of those do fine enough damage.
I knew you. What is it to deny like the dog?
No, I just want to be held.
Yet you when the Godwin's out there is, and I'm before the time. When at another, and I'm before the my hand. Will you still? This is how did you? Oh my! With this and claim you and though I can, I hope. And it the new as the rulies brandish this day that by becoming. I will soon lay to.
I didn't mean to do that again.
By becoming.
Okay, we're going to do the same thing as last time, where we go and fight Godfrey in between. So, this is interesting. We can't do elemental damage, so is it even worth using some more Ice Storm? I'm gonna say no. I'm just gonna start with Thunderstorm right away, and see if we can get a quick stance break. Will I get the stance break before or after he kills me? Well, actually, if he kills me, I won't get it, so. Uh, 185 health left. You know, I think I am no longer in need of that. And actually, I think for a lot of my skills, it might actually be more worth it to just keep using them rather than stop and get these stance breaks. So we're gonna have interesting setup. Okay, now we can talk to her again.
This is good, but I choose and I will who will in it. What great.
We're actually going to go fight Morgoth now. Okay, and damn you. Beautiful. There we go.
Hello again. Oh, allow me. You are prevented the thorns. A husk the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame then and guide you. Shall I turn? Let my share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Okay. Now we can go kill Fortisax. And we might solely focus on Zamor Ice Storm for this fight, because of how resistant he is to lightning damage. Yeah, that skill is just going to be so much better. There we go. Now, the pros and cons that I'm thinking of for this fight are... most of our skills are going to be AoE, so the phase 1 might not be as bad as it otherwise could be. Okay, so now instead of swapping to two-handing my weapon, I have to use swapping to my other hand for this weapon. That's not happening, bud. Haha, get fucked. I used your own skill against you. Okay. Huh, you know, something I just thought about is that I always have two things in each, or one thing in each of my hands with this setup. Unless I choose the two-hand, something in my right hand. But overall, I failed to roll. I mean, I tried to roll, I just rolled too late. Fuck off. Okay, I think I am gonna use a more Ice Storm for this. There we go. I'm gonna use Thunderstorm until I get to... the point where she wants to... waterfowl dance? As long as she doesn't ducky dance again. Okay, flowers fading. Okay. Run away. Oh, that's so fucking bullshit. Stop with that. There we go.
Your strength, extraordinary.
Good job, good job.
The mark of a true lord. Oh, dear Mikola.
Where's the turtle shell? There it is. I am realizing now. Stamina recovery. Oh wow, that's actually still medium load. I would have thought that I would have to... I should make sure to put this to... No skill. There we go. Foot of the forge. Can you get back here? Beautiful. There we go. Actually, that's super helpful. You were in a very bad spot for me to try and deal damage to you. So it seems like in Phase 1, Thunderstorm was definitely the better skill to use after I got Frostbite. But in Phase 2, it kind of sucked. Okay. Oh, I rolled too soon. That's not great. Okay. That's actually the perfect move for you to use. Thank you. Also, again, the perfect move for you to use. Not the cleanest start, but it'll do. Oh, it was almost perfectly timed. Okay, let's kill him. Okay, beside the Great Bridge. $57 and $61, $58 and $59. Okay.
Thou who approacheth destined death. Not stone
God damn it. The fact that I fucking had to use the some more Ice Storm twice because he dodged annoyed me. Specifically because of his ability to dodge. Well, it wasn't even a dodge, it's just his backstep. He does annoying feint attacks where he attacks you and backs off at the same time, which can completely wreck a move like some more Ice Storm. Where you're kind of trying to take advantage of him being big. I rolled, fuck you. God damn it. Didn't take advantage of the very few chances I had to heal in there. There's really only like one spot where I could have healed. Why the fuck do you have to do that annoying feint? Fuck you. Fuck the tracking on that. Fuck off. I can't even fucking strafe anything. I rolled too fucking early. I'm fucking resetting. I need a better start. I can't fucking deal with taking hit after hit after hit. If that's what's gonna fucking happen, I just need to restart. Okay. The fact that I've used this move fucking twice and I still haven't... There we fucking go. Of fucking course. I don't even fucking care. Yeah, fuck you. How can he have this big of a fucking hitbox and still avoid Zamor Ice Storm, which also has a huge fucking hitbox? Some utter fucking bullshit. My mood went from perfectly fine to sour quick as fuck. Fuck off. And I'm pretty sure by now all of our stagger damage is gone, so fuck you, Malekith. Malekith, I'm glad to be done with you. 67 and 71, 68 and 70, 69 and 70.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend you, but alas, I guess how helpless that we continue to struggle on to eternity.
There we go.
A tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Good to know. I'm gonna go kill a god now. $75 and $77, $76. It's interesting that both of these scale really well with both, or fairly well with both strength and dexterity, but they scale better in opposite ones. So I'm pretty much just doing a quality build at this point. Oh, fuck you. Can I just fucking get the skill lock? Thank you. Okay. '85 and '88, '87 and '85, '87 and '86, '86 and '87. '86 and '87, '88 and '85. So for phase 1, Zamor Ice Storm is definitely going to be a good thing to get off because he can be frosted, but for phase 2, it might not matter as much. I rolled, fuck you. $16.99. Okay, so and all of my stagger is gone. Go, run away from the fire. Damn it. There we go. Okay, to the stage front. .505 and 508, 506 and 507, 506 and 507, 508 and 506, 509 and 505. .505 and 508. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck off. .12 and 8 versus 11 and 9. Okay. Beautiful. So this is a total of 31, 41. This is 40. This is 40. This is 40. It's honestly very interesting to have two weapons that are kind of very different in a lot of ways pair so well together. I rolled too early. Does this only affect the Flask of Crimson Tears? Probably not. It just says Sacred Tears, so it's probably about both of them. Let's see. This adds up to a total of 54. 54, 53. So this one makes the axe stronger. Yeah, let's go with the axe. Okay, I am gonna go AFK again. This should be the last time I go AFK today. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Right as the timer is hitting 0. Just 1 second. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know if the Putrescent Knight can be frostbitten. It might be... Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's immune. I somehow managed to get hit by a fire there without getting the flinch. That was very odd. Okay, we're going twice. That was way too early. Beautiful. I managed to do it without dying, even though it took all of my health flasks. Okay. Okay, let's see. This is 163. And this is... Sorry, 163, 1... 59, 160. It's interesting how even though this has a B scaling and dex and they both have C scaling and strength, strength seems to be the more important thing to invest into. Like, you would expect that because of the B scaling and dex, I would be getting more out of investing into dex with Zamor's curved sword. But it's actually the Stormhawk axe benefiting more from strength scaling that is deciding what direction I take my levels. Fuck off, I rolled. That's so fucking stupid. I fucking rolled. Well, at least now I don't have to fight her at night. Fighting her at night is just so much worse because it's so fucking dark in here. There we go. 47 and 45 is 92. This is 93. This is 93, I think. 48, 45. Yeah, okay. 93. 92. 92. That's
Grace of gold shadow
rolled too early.
in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Oh, my bitrate's gone to shit. I feel like it's been a while since I've seen that happen. Yeah, and it actually is shit. Even after refreshing, it still shows that. So, we just have to deal. Okay, we're gonna reset. Which is also gonna be a chance to check if my bitrate's gone back to normal. It has. Good. Good, good, good.
Straight to grace of gold.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bother trying to heal. I was like, either I get the stagger or I die. Oh, fuck you.
Straight as if the grace
Well, I got the stagger and I died.
dead in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
This might just be a Zamur Ice Storm fight, because Thunderstorm might not have the range necessary to deal with his movement. Yep. I got getting fucking knocked down right as he was going into that move. Absolute killer. I don't know why I drank that before going in. Ah, there we go. Damn it, I rolled too early, so I couldn't take advantage of that. Wait, can you frost the snakes separately from him? Is that what I just saw there? Did he take frost damage right before he died? Even though I just frosted him? If so, that's interesting. I would not have thought that the snakes would have different status effect build up than him. I would have assumed that they would all just be considered him. So this is 111. This is 111. This is 111. This is 112. Okay, so that's the one we're going with. Yeah, that's pretty much what I figured was about to happen. Now I have to get my runes and then teleport back in and then restart the fight, because with where my runes are, there's no way I can safely try and get to them while fighting Gaius. Can you keep him from... I want to know if... Can you keep him from... Oh, no, you can't keep him from charging. I did not mean to teleport to there, but whatever. Ah, fuck you. Can I just get to fucking full health without you getting another bullshit attack in? Fuck you. Fuck you and your bullshit, Gaius. Okay. Well, that's not good. I had the wrong weapon out. Well, at least now I have the right weapon out. Fucking hell. Oh, fuck you. Beautiful. I am actually very glad that happened because I was on the wrong flask and I wouldn't have healed. Which would have made me very annoyed with myself for making that mistake. Uh, 65 and 59 is 124. This is 125. This is 125. Okay, when do we want to drink the flask? Probably not until the third phase. That seems like bullshit to me, but okay. It's gonna be a hit. Ah, there we go. So that was 4 and 4, which means now we're on to the section of 2, where we go fight Jory and then the NPCs. There we go, good fight. NPC time. I'm gonna guess this will reset that dialogue, which sucks, but I want to level up first, so. So this is 77 and 72, that is 149. This is 149. This is 150. That is also 150.
It was never kindly Nicola, was it? The Erdtree was leading you all along, so that you might ascend to lordship. Why come to these lands to begin with? I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the Erdtree desired all along. The clashing of the favored lords, such that one would prevail. So be it. If you insist upon facing Nicola the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now. Don't you dare approach Nicola the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our ally will never allow this.
It is just as the woman said it would be. Lord of the Erdtree, Lord of Marika, you deserve to face the reckoning.
Keep him trapped in the corner, and there we go. I don't know if I've gotten a single hit on her after Zamor's Ice Storm. Tish, you just knocked her away from me. There we go. Okay, final 4 bosses. The ones who are the ends of various questline type things. So this is 85 and 77. So that is 150 plus 12. That is 162. That is 162. Yeah, it's pretty much what I thought was about to happen as soon as I saw that move come out. It's already in the animation. Now we want Last Sight of Grace. Okay. Might as well swap our weapon and restart until we get a move that isn't bullshit. Oh hey, that's actually the perfect move. Beautiful. You know, I'm thinking Midra might be one of the harder bosses of these ones. Simply because these moves lock me in so much into them. And he is much harder to kind of tank through hits like that. So we have 94 and 86 for 180. This is 181. 181. 180. It might be more effective to only do Zamor Ice Storm here. We will see. I rolled too early. Beautiful. That actually worked out surprisingly well. And I do think Zamora Ice Storm did most of the damage there. I got 3 frost procs, so like that right there alone is like 30% of his health or something. I don't remember exactly how much a frost proc does. Elden Ring Frost. Let's check. 10% of normal enemies max HP plus 30 damage, so it's 10% pretty much. Oh, most DLC bosses as well as normal enemies located in their boss room will take 50% of normal cold damage, 5% of their max HP. Bale is a special one, will take 65% of their normal cold damage, 6.5%. Okay. Frost really kind of got the short end of the stick when it comes to inflicting it on... Oh, actually, never mind. Blood also got reduced. Most main game bosses, as well as normal enemies located in boss rooms, will take 70% of normal bleed damage, 10.5% of their max HP. The exception to this is Moog, who will take 50%, which is 7.5% max HP. Most DLC bosses, as well as normal enemies located in their boss rooms, will take 50% of normal bleed damage. This looks like it is the same list as the other one, which is 65% of normal bleed damage, which is 9.75%. Huh. So it's less so that it got the short end of the stick and more so that in the DLC they kind of realized that status effects were really quite powerful in the base game, and they wanted to kind of tamper that down a bit. So they got a little bit more aggressive on bosses being resistant towards the damage inflicted by them. Okay. So this is 03 and 95. So that's 98. That's 99. That's 99. That is 98. Okay, do I want to drink the potion now? No, I want to do that.
The depths of your...
Okay. So that doesn't stagger him / flinch him well enough. So we have to make sure to get behind him. To hopefully make it take longer for him to turn around and disrupt.
Depths of your foolishness!
Okay, apparently if you try and run behind him, he just jumps at you. But I can take advantage of that. If I run behind him and then run to where he jumps to, I can just attack him there.
Depths of your foolishness!
Okay, and as long as this doesn't hit me... Can I get another stagger? There we go. Beautiful. See, he wasn't that hard. Funnily enough, I actually kind of struggled more with the very first part of his fight. I reset twice on it, and I first tried the actual fight part. Just because I didn't want to deal with getting grabbed before the fight. $17, $16, $16, $17. Okay, we are very close to one more level, so I'm gonna quickly get a couple extra runes. Okay, and now we can go to Loretta. $9,200 runes. 9,224. What's something that's worth roughly that? could take down this guy. There we go. I know these guys are worth roughly 10,000. Wrong side. Let's run here. He stays down for quite a while. I'm actually not sure how long they stay lying down for, but I'm just going to take the critical instead of missing it because it is far too important. There we go. Now we can do our final level up, which will be into Dex, so that we can have an even amount of strength and Dex. Even though that's probably suboptimal, it will make for better looking stats, which is what I want. Okay. Now for the hardest fight. Oh, well, that's something. I forgot. I completely forgot about what was about to come at next. Okay. That was a pretty good first run. We got to about half. Biggest problem is that I'm just tanking tons of hits, which means this could be extremely inconsistent. Tanking hits is just a really awful strategy for Radahn. Fuck off. Rolled too early. Not feeling great about this. I have a feeling we're gonna end up dying. That, I don't know why I drank that. I don't have any health potions. Why do you have to do that one so fucking late? Yeah. If he didn't delay that one attack for so fucking long, or if I had just dodged it better, I would have had more health. I would have been able to survive at least one more hit. Probably. So I probably would have survived that, and maybe I still would have died, but like, God, that was so close. I think one thing I want to do is make sure I am at 20 in. Come on, do a move. Why the fuck are you doing that? That's what I was trying to get you to do. Ah, it's not great. Run back. Now it's too early. Okay, now we run. I got very lucky. I mean, I don't think that was going to kill me. I think I was going to have time to dodge, but... Alright, or at least I think my dodge was going to be timed to it. But still, getting that kill, very nice. Oh. $40, $40, $39. Okay, let's get some screenshots. I think the way I'm going to do this is have the axe in my left hand, because these were the two weapons I used throughout the entire run, so... also, for screenshot purposes, I am actually going to go back to the Divine Beast helm so that I can see more of the sword. Okay. So that is going to be it for this run. Let me quit to the main menu. So, that is going to be it for this run. We will be back next week with the Blasphemous Blade. Which is a run for the Talisman of Dread, which I think has increased magma damage. And while there are a couple things that technically benefit from it, there isn't a whole lot, and the only one that seemed like it would be worth really doing was the Blasphemous Blade. And then the other thing we'll be doing next week is the Twin Blade Talisman with spiked spears. Because dual-wielding spears has a very short combo for the Twin Blade Talisman. So those will be the two runs we do next week. We I honestly don't know if we'll be back in Minecraft next week or not. Like, I'm literally just leaving the world open whenever I can, pretty much, and just letting resources gather. Because it doesn't seem worth it to not have all of these resources, like, plentiful at least, if not at capacity for the drawers. So, yeah. It just involves a lot of sitting around, because there's not much I can do to speed it up without, like, doubling the amount of land mass I'm using. Which is already quite a bit at this point. So that will be it. Offline, I'm going to decide whether I want to do a Axe of Godfrey run, and I'm also thinking maybe some elemental damage runs, because, you know, there is enough things that increase elemental damage that it could be worth it to have a run focused on each elemental damage type. But I'll decide that offline as well. Thank you all for coming. I'll catch you all next time. Goodbye.